Yellow. Right. Are we all good? I think we're all good. Microphone seems a bit loud. Let's turn that down. I'm going to launch straight in today with some USB power delivery stuff. I've got some adapters I want to set up, so I was just going to have a look at how I'm supposed to set the jumper settings on them. And we can get that set up, see if it works. Maybe put the scope on it, that could be fun. Hopefully everything's looking good here. So, bear with me, I'm going to try and find the little datasheet thing for this USB power delivery adapter I've bought. Oh, hey Alan, straight in there, how's it going? It went really well actually, yeah. Lots of interest and lots of people playing with it. The Retro Collective gang were excited to try it, which was nice to see, and they all had a play on it. Mark as well came over. Mark fixes stuff, had a go on it. And I was chatting to this guy. He was asking me lots of questions about it, and we were chatting away. And he heads over, and I see him signing things later. And I was like, oh god, what have I done? And I said, who's that guy there signing stuff? And they said, oh, that's Mike Daly. He made Lemmings and GTA. I was like, oh, okay, that's embarrassing. But he said he's very excited for the upgraded version of the interface, which, you know, we want to use for the Pro mini map. So what am I doing here? Let's have a look. There's a couple of videos out already that some of the other guys did of Retrofest. I think if you go check out Keith's video, he's had a walk around with his fancy little handheld camera thing, you know, the little ones. I don't know what they're called. I don't have one. Where's my OBS studio gone? Yeah, here we are. So, this is what we're working with. One of these little things. This is my first job for today. Is I need to set this to 20 volts, which should be 010. So that's okay, I think we can do that. 010. We can do some tests and see what voltage it kicks out at the different settings. So, shall we head over, go to the business end of the bench. There it is. What? Remember to bring my chat window with me. A lot of praise for your idea for the minimap. People thought it was a brilliant little bit of creativity. Writing to ROM. Yeah. Yeah, as long as you get a MREC and a write flag, it will detect it. For sure. We can test that quite easily. Why don't we test it today? And give it a try. I'll just write something to like address 1000. See what happens. As long as the Spectrum ROM doesn't somehow, you know, detect that and prevent it, the Spectrum ROM, which I don't think it would do. But that's a good idea. Okay, let's get this plugged in. I got this really nice looking USB PD thing from Anker, and this is just like such good quality. It's kind of weighty and snappy. Really impressed with this. So this should hopefully do what we need out of this device. My screen in front of me's settings are wrong. I'm just going to mess with that for a second. Okay, there we go, we're back. So with this, we should hopefully get USB PD communication with the interface here. I think all the switches down should be 9 volts. Let's plug it in. And there's obviously no load on it right now. Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, I think you're line 1 in the video description saying your idea, absolutely. And yeah, I did explain to everyone we've got some way to go with what we want to do with it. Everyone I said, oh, you know, Alan, don't you makes games? Yeah, I know Alan. Do we have 9 volts? 5. I've got my polarity wrong. Okay, so apparently that's 5 volts. If I just change the setting, will it change the output? Yeah, 15, okay. Of course they do. I'm looking for 20 volts here, let's see. Oh, that's 9. Okay, so the picture they provided is completely wrong. Nice one, Amazon. 5 volts. I'm just guessing at this point. 5 volts. 9. Maybe high is down, like this. 20 volts, there we go. That's what we need. So this is all for a diffuser. I'll show you when I get a bigger lens out. But I've got the other end of this thing here. These are fantastic. I've got to say, like, get yourself some of these. I'm probably going to wrap this in tape, I think. Although I could put a fat heat shrink around this as well to hold it in place. What do I need then? I need a screwdriver. This should fit. And it was overall a great event as well, the Retrofest. Some cool stuff there, and nice to see all the familiar faces. Yeah, that's going to stick out. Let me fold this in half as well. And I think positive was on this side, wasn't it? Game and Watch emulator. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Emulator on the Speccy, that's cool. Is that something... Ball and Octopus. Will you bring that to Crash? I've been hearing good things about the new venue for Crash this year. Nice. I look forward to seeing it. I hope I can make it. I should be fine too. I want to do something else with this mini-map. Alright, that's nice and tight. So in theory, when I plug this in, this diffuser here should jump into life. Let's see, I need to change the lens so you can see what's going on. Sorry, it's going all blurry and bright. Okay. Look at my messy desk. Here's our beautiful diffuser. That would be cool if we can do that, yeah. We need to find a slick way of preparing the metadata for it that we need to save on the Pico. So it's too much manual effort at the minute. I think there must be a better way to do it. It beeped. That's good, isn't it? Beeps are good. Let's have... Oh, God. Don't remember how this works. Is it going to turn on? Oh yeah, it's doing something. Oh yeah, look. Wait, you can't see. Nice, lots of colours to choose from. That seems to be working. I believe you just... Oh, there we go. You just have to put some water in there, don't you? In a diffuser. Let me get some water. Pour a bit of that in there. You don't need much, I think. I like pouring water onto 20 volts. And then that stylish thing goes on top. There we go. The guy who invented the blue LED. Oh, okay. No, I didn't watch that. Okay. Yeah, isn't there some technical challenge about blue LEDs? I seem to remember. Okay, I think it's on. It's making noises. Yeah, okay, can you see? It's making a nice mist. It smells nice too. I think there must be some essential oils left in there or something. Lovely. How about that? I'll be honest, all I'm watching recently is Menditmark. I've overlooked that channel. And now it's all I want to do. Just watch Menditmark. He's the best. Okay, let's take the power off. I don't even know how LEDs work, if I'm honest. Is it just a filament? It's not a filament, is it? Where's my heat shrink? Here we go. So I've got some fat bits of heat shrink left. No, that's too small to go on there. I must have to use this piece. And if I just cut it to this size, it might be okay. Hey Brian, how's it going? Yeah, chat's on. I can see it. Problem is we've got two, because I'm streaming to Twitch as well. You kind of need to look on the screen to see the combined chat, because the two platforms don't work together. So all the chat's coming up on the screen if you want to see what's happening on Twitch as well. You know what, this heat shrink isn't gonna cut it, I think. That'll be a hell of a stretch. Maybe I can stretch it. How's it going, Brian? Good morning at work. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I will watch that. I'm traveling next week with work, so could be good good hotel material. Something tells me this heat shrink isn't gonna fit. I thought I had bigger stuff. Maybe I don't. I know what I did last time. I just jammed some pliers in and stretched it. Oh cool, 30 minutes, yeah. Perfect. Let's just stretch this out a bit. Yeah, me too. Work's been rough this week and traveling next week. I'm happy to relax a bit. Okay, heat shrinks in. Let's just get it to the end there so we can still get USB in there. Veritasium. Oh, okay, I haven't heard of that channel. I know I should use a heat gun for this, but it's fine. At least I'm not using a soldering iron. It's pretty snug. What I am lacking in, to be honest, is tape. Yeah, I'm lacking in tape. Like good loom tape. 20 million, are you serious? I want 20 million subscribers. I would like to tape this up so that, you know, this can't waggle itself out. I could always just stuff a load of hot glue in the end for now. That could be fun. Get the glue gun. This is making a lot of appearances recently. Is there any life in the battery? Oh god, it's down to 1. Cross your fingers, please. Actually homing in on... What am I homing in on? 8,800 subscribers, I think. So, there's light at the end of the 10,000 subscriber tunnel. Does take a minute to get going, doesn't it? But I figured if I just basically pot this, because the heatsink's all flabby around there, it might give it a fighting chance of staying alive. This will be misused. I was having more ideas of what you could do with the interface. You know, if we make it so that you can poke with it, which is the idea, you could have huge games, because you could store the game, more game levels and content and whatever on the Pi, cutscenes, and poke them in as you know, get through the game, and just keep the engine running. You know, keep the engine in a dedicated space in RAM, and load in levels off the Pi. You might be able to make gigantic, never-ending games. Are we hot yet? Don't really know how this works, if it beeps. LED's on, so I assume it's still heating up. I've got a new thermal camera on the way as well to review. That would be handy now. I do still have this one though, the last version. Unless this is a version 2. And I've got version 3 on the way. Oof, my screen's filthy. Hang on. That's too embarrassing. A phone screen's the dirtiest things in our world. Maybe. Okay, just battling to get the camera to initialize. Okay. How hot are we? 117 degrees. 120. That should be hot enough, shouldn't it? Okay. Well, glue is coming out. That's good. I wonder if a cocktail stick would help me to make sure it's all properly in there. Ooh, messy. Like mozzarella, it just keeps getting stringier. Yeah, that'll do, and then I'll get some tape and finish the job. Now I'm covered in stringy bits of glue goop. Maybe I can coil it around this cocktail stick. Yeah, this is working. Very tidy. Alright, best turn that off. And keep that to one side while it dries. And on to the next thing. I want to fix this. Let's put this back. This is another thing which appeared at Retrofest. I'm gonna need the longer lens on. Fix it back. Focus, expose, here it is. This is a tiny handheld of sorts, which sadly is a bit broken. And the problem is, this is the cartridge here. Contains Space Invaders. But the cartridge slot has issues. This might be a job for the microscope. Let's zoom out a little bit. As you can see, it's basically broken. And this is needed, this metal bit, I think, to push the pins of the tiny little cartridge down onto those in there. We tried to bodge it together with a soldering iron, but it didn't go well. I think I'd like to try and fix that. Stick it down with some blue tack. I should probably start by tidying up a bit. I get the iron on. I'm gonna need to slide the microscope closer to me. Without unplugging anything. Okay. So I'm hoping with a bit of wick I can tidy this up and then maybe use a bit of paste to try and stick it down. I mean, it's got ground from over this side, but what it doesn't have is mechanical rigidity. So try and solder it back to these pads, although I think this pad here might have lifted off. Maybe even a bit of super glue would fix it. I've misplaced my wick again. As I always do. Got some backup wick. So this'll do. And some new solder wool, because the bottom fell out of my solder wool holder and made a big mess. Now let's see how this goes. Is it melty? Yeah, it's very melty. That's good. Oh, it's just come off in a blob. Kind of. Is this less melty? Oh, that's okay. The solder melts, but it's obviously not... I'm not heating this huge chunk of metal to the right temperature. Try not to push too hard as well in case the whole thing comes off. So what I'm worried about is what's under there. I think that this pad is gone. It looks gone to me. The best we could do is solder this onto here. And super glue, I think. Unless anyone has any other ideas. I've got a new tube of Chipquik, which is very exciting. I'm tempted to go with the cocktail stick again rather than trying to pipe it out. Let's see, this might still be a bit cold, it's only recently out of the fridge. Well, let's just go with sticking an iron on that first and see what happens. And I'm gonna hold the thing down. Let's see. This was going really badly, just doing it with the iron and a reel of solder. How's that? That's on there. Is it ground plane? Oh, it could be, couldn't it? Because this is... that's a trace and that's the separation. So you think we could just scrape a load off here? It can't hurt to try. It's my scalpel. Copper. This isn't the finest blade in the world. How's that looking? Let's keep going. Where's my alcohol gone? What I desperately need is one of those fancy little UFO-shaped alcohol dispenser tubs that you sort of push down on it. Because I think this bottle of IPA is now about 50% IPA and 50% crap. Yeah, it is ground, isn't it? And if I can just go a bit more excessive, I've got to be careful of this trace. Cheers, Alan. Take it easy. It could be interesting. I hate blue tack. Ugh. Alright, where's my chip? Quick chip. The goal here, I guess, is just kind of tin that area. I know we're not going to bridge it with this just yet. Give it a good bit of heat. Okay, now the new goal is to get a reel of solder. I just want to try and bridge that now. Like that. Try pushing down a bit. Clearly just lost the bridge. Well, it has ground now. I don't know how mechanically stable that is. Some fresh, questionable IPA. Alright, that could be good. I'm wondering if the temperamental problems we were getting could be to do with these solder joints. Let me just give them a waggle. No, they're okay. So that's good. Next thing I want to inspect is this cartridge. Apparently this thing is a microcontroller. This is the brains of the whole thing. It's this side is the problem. It's all uneven. So I need to wick up these uneven blobs of solder. Are we melty? Do we need flux? I think we need flux. Oh, I hate blue tack. Get off. That's it, the solvent dispenser. It's just, I know that they're cheap and cheerful and easy to get. It's just one thing I've not got around to getting yet. Chipquik? Not Chipquik. What is this? MG Chemicals. Hoping this encourages the solder to wick up a bit. That's better, isn't it? Oh, I've scraped a bit of solder mask away. Never mind. That's pretty good. I wonder if some UV resin around that would help keep it in place. I don't know how mechanically strong that is. Let's just see how this goes in now. Ugh, blue tack. It's really tight, and I feel like it's gonna just pop the lid off again if I shove this in. Ugh. Is this gonna pop off? I feel quite strongly that it is. Is that in? Should we put the battery in? I'll bring you up. This is too close. And the screen's mucky now from the blue tack. I'll try and clean it. Space Invaders. Yay. For some reason, you probably can't hear it. It's playing the Imperial March on the speaker. Why is it playing the Imperial March? I'm bringing you right up. Yay. Brilliant. Have you ever had a handheld you have to play under a microscope? Oh good, I can hold it down. Ugh. I hope this isn't wobbling for you as much as it is for me. Oh, they're speeding up. It is making the sounds. Come on. Oh, that was close. Got him. Good. Good, because you'd have a headache, I think. Ah, oh, nuts. This is by the same person who made the Logic Analyzer, which you might have seen on the channel. Let's have another round. I do have other games for this too, somewhere. I can't think where. Oh. It makes me want to listen to Rush playing this because of the Futurama episode. Ah, it's too hard, man. That's nice though, isn't it? I do need to glue the speaker back on. It was just stuck on with this ring of goop. Oh, it was like a sticky pad, was it? Okay, well that's failed, unfortunately. Yeah, that's right, the Pico Logic Analyzer, yeah. When he sent me like a prototype or whatever, a sample of it, which was very kind of him. He also threw this in and said you might find this fun too. And he was right. I need some... What am I going to stick this on with? I don't want to use glue because it'll just block the holes. I've got some double-sided tape though I could sort of try and trim to size. This 3M stuff. Maybe if I get a little square of this. I'm gonna get this nicely not sticking out. Oh, it's coming. It's all going wrong. And then maybe I can poke holes through it. Yeah, that kind of works. Should maybe let some sound through. Yeah, this is I don't think it's a serious attempt to make a popular handheld, but it's a fun little technical exercise, I guess. Nothing stopping you just sticking a bigger screen on, apart from maybe the battery life. There, we've fixed it. Nice. Let's tidy up a little bit. Another job done. I've got a new obsession, and that is bees. So something that happens to me quite a lot is people send me things to repair that they've had a go at repairing. And the latest repair job is no exception. And unfortunately... Oh, hey Peter, how's it going? I don't know, Uni64, I don't know what Uni64 is. It might be. His name's Augustine. This is the toast rack I've been sent to repair. And someone's had a crack at this. And look. There are multiple examples of this where this is the Z80 socket and it's been ripped out. This capacitor was bent away. Oh god, what is all this? Oof, god. Let me just blow on that. Yeah, so that's it. I think it's 4 pads have gone completely. so that's where these come in. Replacement through-hole joints. How nice is that? In the past, I've just like nicked the top pads of joints off donor boards and stuck them on, but it's just a visual thing that they're just floating around really. They look like this. I need to clean my tweezers. My tweezers are having a hard time sticking to everything. Yeah, so this is like a rivet, tiny little rivet that you can replace the ripped out through-hole plating with, kind of thing. And I'm not gonna continue this repair on stream. I'm taking my time with this and filming it, but there's one, the first one that I fitted, and it's solid, totally. It's got a bit of wobble, but you know, it's not bonded in. It's good. I obviously need to repair this a little bit. Show you the other side. It's a little bit challenging because when they rip it off with all the heat, they damage the board as well, but that's amazing, isn't it? So with these replaced as well, these are the 3, so there's 4 that were ripped out. Should be able to make this look pretty good, I think. Yeah, I knew you could get them, but I never dared to try it. And it's actually alright, the process. I'll show you if you like. I've lost the one. Oh, here it is. They're so small. You know, that's my fingerprint. Let me put it on my finger without dropping it. Pretty small. But the process isn't too bad, really. I think my battery's died in the overhead camera. One sec. Alright, so we're back here. I'm just gonna transition back. I've got my lens is dirty. I got this old Logic Analyzer board I've been practicing on. And the reason I'm using this is I don't need to rip these joints out because they're 1mm diameter internally, and that's the size of these things. So I can just take one on the tweezers and it goes through. Oh, he says. I got one of them through anyway. Come here. Yeah, so it's gone through there. But obviously, it's okay on this side. If I go back to the microscope. So that works. However, it fell out. You have to turn it over, obviously. There we go. So on this side, it's not being fixed. That's where this comes in. Just a punch. I've learned that you can use these to start holes for drilling. You know, as you push harder, the spring winds up and then it fires and punches a divot in. But with this, oh, it's fallen out again, I think. Yeah, they're dead little. They get everywhere. Okay, let's put another one in because I'm going to do another practice one. I've only done one in anger so far, so I do need more practice. Okay, now he's in this one, and if I take this punch and I pop the tip of it on the tip of that rivet and just push, it should twang and bounce. And yeah, I'll do another, and what that's done is it's splayed it out a bit, but it doesn't make it flat. But it stops it falling out. And then with a metal backplate, such as this base, I've got a really small drill bit, just enough to cover the diameter of it. This is in place of buying a proper tool, which costs hundreds. And I can just put the flat butt of the drill bit on there, use the big massive hammer, and give it a whack. I'm hoping the rivet's taking this impact. So that one's not perfect, but pretty good. Let's see if it's moving. No, it's not moving, see? My only worry with it is, first of all, if you mangle it when you're flattening it, then it's going to be hard to remove. And also, I'm worried about cracking the board when you're hitting it with a hammer, but I'm thinking maybe the risk isn't that bad. Where's it gone? Yeah. Because if you've got a good metal backing plate on there and you're hitting it, and you're using a small drill bit, it should, the rivet should be taking the force. As far as I understand it, anyway. So I'm very pleased with that. And this whole thing, so 250 of these, and the punch was 30 quid. And you've got the tool, and 250 rivets to work with, so it should keep me going for a while. The only issue I had with it, we take it apart. So this is the sort of plunger, and you see it pushes the nib pushes down on it as you push in. And I think it's offset or something. And in the bottom half, after a collar, after a constriction, you got this thing. And this has a hole down the middle of it that once the pressure gets big enough, that plunger's allowed to slip down the hole. And the plunger was getting stuck in it, and it wasn't kind of resetting to its home position. So I had to take it apart and spray a bit of WD-40 around in there. But now it's behaving. I just tried it out on the chopping board when I got it, and it punched a big bloody hole in it. It's impressive. You can adjust how forceful the impact is by unwinding it a bit, obviously, so the spring doesn't have to compress so much before it gives. Yeah, good thing, good tool. Good, pleased with that. Let's get the microscope out of the way. I don't need it right now. Got to be very careful not to tip this bag out by accident. Alright, let's make some room. How did everything get so messy all the time? You tidy up and within 2 minutes, all of your tools are on the desk. So I've got another task I need to do now. Which is really exciting. It's to do with banana plugs. Everyone's favourite. Because you might have seen in my videos that I use the current limiting supply when I first power up a Spectrum after we've done some initial tests, and these are the cheap plugs I've been using, and then you can see they're crap. They're not even like babbing in place anymore. So I've finally invested in some good banana plugs, which means I can disassemble these ones and use the good ones. It's something I've been meaning to do. Hey Derek. The reason for the rivets, I'll show you. So I think it was a bad example I was showing you, because I was riveting a plated joint, but so I get a lot of repairs jobs in that look like this, where they've removed a chip, I think, without heat. They've just ripped it out, and you can see, like, can you see in the top there? Let me make it bigger. The trace is being ripped up, which is meant to connect these joints, and they've pulled the plating out from the joint as well. So this is now just basically PCB plastic, nothing to connect to. And if you just try and put a chip in that socket and solder it up, it looks really bad. So with a rivet in place, such as this one, we can reconstruct it properly, do a good job of the repair. So let's get the iFixit kit out. These are fantastic, by the way. It's not a gimmick. They're really good. Highly recommended. I'm trying to disconnect these. What do I need? Oh, of course, it's down the bottom, isn't it? That's a flathead. Flathead, okay. There's one. Get out. There's one out. It's out. Okay, so those banana plugs are for the bin. And now I've got some really nice new ones. Let's see, where are they? Here's one. Red on red, sorry about that. It's kind of hard to see. Bring my phone in. So these are either from Mouser or Farnell. I can't remember. It's the same sort of deal, I guess, as the wire goes in through here. And we attach it on there. So I think I'm going to strip this wire again, because it's all a bit mangled. And the black one. Why was that so long? I don't want AI viewers, go away. I can make him go away, hang on. Don't remember exactly what to do. How do I do it? I know I can delete messages. Maybe I can't. Oh well, we'll just have to have the AI viewer message. My phone's buzzing here while I'm using it as a backdrop. Oh, it's Mark. Mark fixes stuff. Yeah, he's been repairing cartridges. Yeah, stackable also, fantastic. It's going to be useful. Having watched a bit more Mendit Mark, I'm very jealous of his setup. He's got, I'm sure you've seen, he's got a wall of instruments and racks of wires on banana plugs and things, all at hand, all to hand, I should say. And I need that level of organization in my life. What I really want is a dummy load for speakers, because I've got an amp to fix, and having watched him fix all them amps, I've had it under the bed for years. I'm actually tempted to get it out now and have a go. So I should be able to wind this back. Yeah. And now I'm going to put the black wire in the red thing, sorry. But Spectrum is reverse polarity, and this wire wasn't made for reverse polarity, so that's why I'm doing that. Don't be alarmed. Good. And where's the black one? There's the black one. Is it winding back? Yeah, I think I can see that. Black wire. No, red wire in the black thing. Good. That's good. I just need to plug it in now, so you can look at the microscope while I change the lens, so I don't blind everybody. Where's my lens cap? There it is. We're back. Here's our beautiful new cable. The power supply I'm using, by the way, is this hunk of crap. I mean, I'm being mean to it there. It does the job, it's fine. But it's quite light. Chinesium. And the reason I'm being mean to it is I've got a Thandar one, which is built like a tank. That's the one I should be using. I just haven't made the physical space for it yet, because obviously this is occupying less space. What we can do is we can have a look at how nicely these go in. Oh, yes. Oh, that's a bit too much, that. Amazing. And they're stackable, right? So... Ugh. Yeah. Nice. Alright, let's plug it in then. Ooh, 20 volts, let's not have that. There won't be much left of the spectrum. So as I mentioned, we want center negative. So I'll put the black end inside. 9 volts. Very nice. I wonder how good or how flat that supply is. Should we have a look on the scope, just as an excuse to use the scope? I have been using the scope a bit recently just for my own educational purposes. How to use it. Let's get a probe down. I've calibrated all the probes. So what am I doing here? I've got this female barrel socket. Huge 4 ohm load. Oh yeah, that sounds noisy. I like those load boxes where you can just plug in which one you want and it's got knobs on and stuff, but I've seen you can buy them fairly cheap on Amazon. Okay. So this is just floating noise, but I'm going to plug it into the supply. Should we go big? And let's auto fit. Why is it not configured right? Probe. I set all this to 10 times. There we go. Oh dear. Is that bad? I think that's bad. Because that's from minus 8.5 to plus 9.5. Let me stop it. Gosh. Any thoughts on that? Is that normal? Should we do a comparison to the Thandar? Here it comes. Oh, God. To lift up, I think this is. Whoa. Yeah. Not too convinced by that pulsing. But let's remember that. It's got this strange every 10 or 15 microseconds. Maybe that's normal, I don't know much about this stuff. Let's turn off that supply. We'll move up to this one. Positive, negative. I'm going to set it to 9. Whatever, current load. And the scope. Let's run it. Oh, it's doing the same thing, look. Maybe that is normal. Maybe I'm being stupid, but I would have expected my power supply to give me a very nice flat voltage. Not this noise. Is it because of the coupling mode? No, I'm on DC. DC is what we want. Okay, well, there it is. Little bursts. I guess it's switching. Is it in there? Let me think. Yeah, it could just be the switching. Okay, Peter, it's switching the MOSFET, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I'm right, I was right, it is just switching. Might be better with a load. Yeah, I suppose so. What should we plug in? How do I do this? Plug in a specky. Alright, so the specky's on. And obviously this is all disconnected now, but I can put the ground clip on the ground. That makes sense. And I can hook that onto there. And we can look again. What have I done wrong? Let me fit it. Ah. There it is. Okay, so you still see the switching. I would say that the amplitude of the noisy bits is less. I'll try and take in the load off. Oh, it's the same. Alright, well, then we're just seeing the switching, which is quite interesting, I suppose. I'm dead interested in power supplies. I'd like to learn more about them. Nice. Okay, good. Well, I have fixed my test cable. That was the goal there. That's excellent. It really sits nicely in the terminals now. Oh, let me put this away. Getting all tangled. So heavy. Okay, great. Finished with the scope for now. Let's go back overhead. Something else I wanted to do was I like to check that this is still giving me roughly the right values, the Sinclair multimeter, which is a cool little thing. But I'm going to need to do that. Banana plug to banana plug. Oh, what's singing at me? Ah, we got a subscriber. I don't know if you're here, Kim. Thanks for subscribing. When people subscribe from the videos, we get one of these as well. Don't know if are they insanely loud? No, it's okay. Hey Wayne, the package arrived today. I got back in the car and the postie was right there with it, writing me a note to say I've missed it, so I just caught it in time. I'm very impressed with your packaging. It's extremely eccentric, so well done for that. I think I can get this hooked up. Okay, I'm hooked up to the power supply. Wayne, you've got one of these. Please will you remind me what supply voltage it needs? I'm going to Google it as well in the meantime. Okay, we're in the Google. Whoa. Welcome to the Google corner. 12 volts, you say? Okay. What is it? A Sinclair? DM2. I believe you. I'm just gonna double check as well. This one says 9 volts. Let's see. I've got the manual. The manual's giving me voltages. So apparently it came with its own mains adapter. Okay, so it'll take up to 14, will it? The battery compartment may be reached. Battery voltage drops below 6.5, it will stop working. Yeah. Can you believe that in this manual it doesn't tell you what voltage the battery should be? How strange. I did my own video on this as well. Yeah, 9 volts. Okay, let's just let's just ramp up the supply voltage. But first of all, let's get the fluke on what I'm going to plumb into it and make sure I've got the polarity right, because I've got a cable into a cable here. So there's what should be negative. No, I've got it backwards. Thought I would. I'll just fix that. This is doing my head in. Where's my wire strippers gone? Okay, try that again. Plus 9 volts, that's good. Now I'm guessing power in the back, and this is for the probes on the front. I'll just turn the voltage down a bit to the minimum it said in the manual, about 6, I'll put 6.8. What is my current limit set to? Oh, that's quite big, 1.7 amps. I'll just do 500 milliamps. I have opened it up, yeah, I've serviced this, I know it works. Okay, that's good. I just haven't used it for a long time. Have I got this wrong? Is that where the probes go and the power goes on the front? Let's go back to the manual. I thought power went in the back. So maybe it's because I didn't have it set to any sort of a range. So if I just put it to a certain range, DC voltage. Okay, so we got 0.0, that's good. I don't think my probes are going to go in here though. Here's the other problem I've got. Yeah, my probes aren't going to go in there. So I'm going to need something else. Maybe this one will go in, these probes. Yeah, these are good. Fantastic. So this little retractable cable should be 9 volts. Chip Swap, how's it going? You make it back okay at the weekend? 9.14. Doesn't have squeal. This is a multimeter, not a power supply, which is super cool. So what did I say that was giving? 9.14. So let's compare it with the Fluke, which I'm unfairly assuming will be more accurate. .22. And so there's a little bit of difference. Maybe it needs another adjustment. But what I mean, maybe it's showing a different value because of the load. Different loads, different multimeters, I don't know, different ranges. And if I could try and do 2 at the same time. Am I pushing my luck here? I think I am. Yeah, 9.14 and 9.22. Close enough, eh, for an indication. It probably needs a bit of tuning. Cool. I love that thing. You put these small probes away. It's lucky that they fit. All right, cool. Let's tidy up a little bit. And throw them in the bin now. Those old banana plugs. And I think it's time to get a machine on the bench. I think we're more interested in repairs than services, but everything I've got on the pile here that I need to move is just down for a service. Saying that, I can't quite remember what the story is with this guy. Keyboard membrane needs doing, that's for sure. And it has a Mostec Z80. Interesting. Yeah, I think I'm with you, Brian. As a novelty to show anyway, I'm fixing Sinclair stuff to get that out. This does have a switching regulator fitted, but it is a 6 series ULA. Yeah, it's not looking too bad. I wonder if this is one I've done on a previous video. Let's go with the current limiting supply. Yeah, that looks good. And should be producing an image, I'm going to say. Plug that in. Yeah. It's a bit dark on the RetroTink, but I think the RetroTink is probably not configured correctly. Get in the menu. It's hard to see, hang on. It seems to default the input to YPBPR. Doesn't detect that it's composite. Yeah, it's not too bad. Hey, Alan. Yeah. So I think this is just down for a service and maybe some more testing, which is good. So why don't we get on and do a bit of a service? And then this will be ready to sell. Because these are all part of the charity donation. Oh yeah, I'm having flashbacks now. I remember this one because of the dodgy links that have been soldered. I mean, they don't look great, but they'll work. Yeah, someone's absolutely gone butcher mode on these links. The ROM links and the RAM links. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do a recap. So we'll start just by snipping these caps out. Now it's an issue 3, which means it's going to want a DC-DC mod as well. I think what I'll do is change all the caps, but I'll leave the legs long on this one because this is coming out as part of the DC mod. Check it still works and then go on and do the DC mod. God, this has had a lot of work, hasn't it? I'm just realizing. 7 socketed chips, including the 3 big ones. Oh, here we are. This is what we fixed. Yeah, I remember now. I remember fixing this thing. Tell you what we'll do as well is we'll resin this down because I've got some UV Cure resin now that I want to have a go on. Haven't used it yet. And this UV light, which is USB-C powered. So you just, yeah, you plug it in. Is it gonna work? Oh God. Not working. Maybe that's because it's a USB PD plug I'm using. Let me try with this guy. Yeah, there you go. You plug it, you pop your little resin stuff on there, UV Cure resin, and just leave it like that. Wow. That really shows the filth. Oh, that's disgusting. Ha! Have a look at this. I wonder if this will be clear. So what do you think? Looking clean? Look at this. What is that? Is that just like patterns in the board, or is that gunk? I'm going with gunk. Especially where the reworks happened. All this stuff, that's quite interesting. Ooh. Quite a bit of warmth coming off this. God, they could get sunburn. The covering, do you think? When I just shine it on it from a distance, it just looks like filth. You might be right. down here. Hey, I think, yeah, maybe you're right. I was just surprised to see so much revealed I've not seen before. What about up here by the Sinclair logo? Maybe you're right. Oh, that's cool though, isn't it? I did give it a quick rub. It didn't seem to want to go anywhere. Nah, it's not going anywhere, is it? Maybe that's normal. I don't know. Anyway, enough of that. We need to get these capacitors out. So I want to hold the board upright. RIP Maplins. And this is how I normally go about this. And I'll get the iron hot and I'll be back in 1 minute. Cat bowl. Got some crisps. Snacks. A 3D printed bite clamp. Oh, I think you showed me it. That's kind of you, but I don't think I need one. Sort of get on all right with me workflow here. I wouldn't want one to go to waste. So this is how I do it. Have I missed anything? No. With the board being upright, I can just heat one leg of each joint and remove the capacitors. Some of them need more time, obviously, to melt. If it's a ground connection. Also, I have a new tip on here, which is still not really like... oh, what's the word? It's not seasoned yet. You sometimes need a little bit of a waggle. Have I just realised that there's a... I think there was a capacitor missing off this. Oh, hello. Mrs. Diodes is in the chat. I think that means I'm on the big telly in the living room. Mrs. Diodes is about to start playing Hogwarts Legacy, which is one of our favourite games. And it is fantastic. Escapism and daftness. A Spectrum Plus 2? Yes, SCART. SCART is absolutely fine. If you have the cable or you want to make one, otherwise... Oh yeah. You alright?
I just wondered if you knew that blue box.
Yeah, that's my...
Alright, I thought it was might be showing something.
It's the Spectrum feed when I plug it in. Hang on, I'll get rid of it for you.
I just wanted to check.
Thanks, Stout.
Sure.
There, it's gone.
I can show you.
Cheers. I'm getting direction tips. Very handy. Thank you. Yeah. I will bring back the blue box when we start testing. Yeah, so SCART cables. I can't remember the name of the outfit that makes them. Hang on. Retro Computer Shack. So this is a Grey Plus 2 SCART cable that they made, and they are good quality. Ian Priddy makes them, so recommended. I'm not sponsored by them. It's a legit recommendation. So now I'm going to remove the remaining legs because I cut them and I've taken the body off. And there's just this one leg left in. I suppose it depends what you would say is the best way to do it, because you could use a VGA or a HDMI interface that plugs in the back to give you a really good picture, but the RGB SCART is a good picture in the end. Oh, where's my solder? I'm glad we got that tiny Space Invaders working. I was battling with that at Retrofest. Got it. Yeah, cool novelties as well. So what I found, I think Retro Hack Shack don't do all of the cables, so to speak. I couldn't find a Nucleon cable, I think, or a Harlequin cable, but Cool Novelties do. So I have a Nucleon and a Harlequin cable now, thanks to those guys. So check them out too. I seem to remember they're quite reasonably priced. I think I need a tub of tip tinner to help me with this process. Oh, cool. Husband and wife team. That's great. And they make custom ones then. That's great. Did you really? That's great. After an event like that, I do go looking around for any sort of vlogs or footage people have made of it, because it's just quite cool to see, relive it. Try not to wrestle too much with these legs. I don't want to pull any traces up. You know, I think I will replace these jumpers because they look so mangled. It's just not pretty. Come on now. Thank you. Alright, so it's strange how black it looks with all the blue taken off. I think I've got them all. Oh, cool, yeah. Have you uploaded it? That's great. Yeah, I'd like to see. Focus. Alright. I would normally do this in the Vice, but I'm aware it's not a very good angle for you. So let's clear the joints. Where are we starting here? Here. We may need to add some in order to clear it, to hurry things along, get things moving. I do have a Dura tool I could use for this. I'm just being lazy. Or, well, you can call it lazy. It's extremely lazy not to fire it up and to choose to do it the more labour-intensive way, I suppose. But I learned with the hand pump, and I'm sort of used to it. Good memory test this, trying to remember where the capacitors are all placed and what is all that gunk. There's one here, I remember that. Make sure I'm not clearing the wrong joints. Okay, good so far. Got this one in the middle, which was strangely missing, and for some reason the spectrum still worked. You can melt if you like, please. Thank you. And you. This is a good source of mistakes doing a recap, because the temptation is to plug it in at points and power it up and make sure you haven't broken anything. If you forget that you haven't replaced one of the capacitors while doing that, or there's a leg up, you can actually make magic smoke come out, which I've done before. Good, is that them all? On this side at least. Yes, it is. It means it's time to dig through the drawers and find my capacitor stock. Ones, 4.7s, 22s. Ah, the hundreds are in a box, right? The hundreds are stuffed in here. Oh, hang on, what are them ones? They're ones. We got them. Here. Unfortunately, I lost the gamble and I got black ones. So we're putting black 100 microfarads on. And I've got a leg bendy jig as well. That's not a dance. This guy. But these 100 microfarad ones are so big anyway. I can just bend them right close to the body. Yeah, real shame to get the black ones, because I don't want to waste them. I'm going to use them. I don't really have any other use for them except recapping. Okay, let's go. Let's put some new caps on. Nice to use this new tip in anger because it'll help condition it, I guess. Good. Where's my side cutters? Very nice. Okay, now the next ones I'm gonna need the layout up of where the capacitors are. So let's have a little browse. I think they're on Spectrum for Everyone, aren't they? I've got this page is bookmarked. This one. No, wait. This one. So what are we on? We're on an issue 3. Whoops. Sorry. Something we need to keep handy. I'll make this a bit neater. Yeah, that's good. We can just keep that there. That's the issue 3. 1. Right, issue 3, 3B, 4A, yeah. I've got to print them out because when the day the internet dies or something, they'll be lost forever. So 222s. I am going to check that these are 22s. Yep. And we can use the jig to bend this into shape. And I think the issue 3 doesn't have any errors on the silk screen. The issue 2 does. And it tells you the polarity wrong, which is a nice little feature. So these are all positive on the left. C34 and C50. And then we have C46, which is a 1 microfarad. Yep, 1 microfarad. I'm going to be removing one of these, I think, when we do the power circuit mod. Are these the instructions? Oh, they are some instructions, but not the ones I like. I think these are the ones I like. Yeah. So what do we replace? We have a new 22 microfarad capacitor. Oh, we only remove C47, so that's this one. So I'll not cut the legs on that capacitor when we fit it, because I'm going to remove it again. Oh god. Oh, it's been muted. How long has that been muted for? Normally this mic... Hold on. You see this is... Normally it would give me some feedback that it's muted. Let me check the microphone app. I have been talking to myself, yeah. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Now, hang on. See, this tells me if it's muted or not. Now it's back on. Christ, how long have I been talking to myself? Eesh. Are you serious? The black caps? Man. I need to keep an eye on my little audio meters. That's what I need to do. Thanks for that. See the viewers dropping down and you think, oh no, I'm not being interesting. So, well, as I was saying to myself, this is the joint which causes the most trouble with recapping these boards. If I can just bring it close enough to get the iron over to it. Problem being, it's attached to a big massive ground plane. So if you are struggling with this, add some solder and get it in a vise, and then the capacitor will come out. And obviously you need a good iron and good solder and everything, and flux cord solder, and just make sure you're heating the joint and the leg. Give it a good load of solder and quite a few more seconds than you normally would. And that's probably fine. I have done these ones as well, haven't I? Yeah, I have. Okay. So let's trim these down. Stupid microphone. Let me check again. Okay, yeah, it's behaving itself now. I guess I can tell because it's got these daft lights that flash around on the side. And if they've frozen, then I know that the microphone's frozen. I don't know if that's a coincidence or not, but the view count's going up again now that I'm speaking. I know how it works when you're browsing on the telly and you're clicking around and you click on a stream and you're like, oh, nothing's happening, this isn't very entertaining. Turn it off again. Okay, I've replaced all the capacitors. That's excellent. So now I can plug in the current limiting power supply and tell you what the current is. 350 milliamps. That is a good current because we have a switching regulator in. If we had the 7805 in, that would be too low. And I can put the blue screen back on now. I'm being careful to hold this up because the capacitor's legs are still attached down there. Yeah, it's working. Oh, you can't see. Sorry. It's working. Lovely. So our next job is to complete the DC-DC mod. Hey, the Clegs. That's very kind of you to say. If you joined 10 minutes ago, it would have been silence. Because my microphone packed in. Okay. Long lens. Sorry for the flickering. Focus. Focus here, please. Panasonic is the best, apparently. There we go. So the DC-DC mod is all of this, which is fun. So let's just go step by step. I know I need to remove C47. I'm going to do that now. Because I've left the legs on. Might be easier said than done, this, because how I've bent the legs out. Let's see. Need some tweezers. Oh, thanks for that. Yeah, I'm very pleased with this. It's amazing that even having converted the whole garage to be a workshop, I still don't have enough space. I guess that's just a universal truth. And at the same time, I'm unhappy with it because I cheaped out on the paint. You know, after all that, we got cheap paint, and it really shows. It marks so easily, this paint. But I guess it's a workshop after all. It's going to be a bit messy, and that's okay. Oh, this is being really stubborn. I suppose I can cut the legs down enough that I can still fit it to a board. And that'll make it easier for me to get it out. Agastbanners, how are you? Thanks for coming back in. Tile it in dead Z80s. I think I could tile it in dead ULAs, the amount of those that I've got. Hey, there we go. Okay, it's out. What was this one again? 22. Put that back in the box. Right, I don't even need to clear those joints. So, now we can start doing the DC-DC mod. So let's do it step by step. I've done this a million times, but I still follow it step by step, just in case I miss something. And the first thing we do is we desolder the left-hand side of D15. So I need something to go under there and prise it up. That's the word we want to use with PCBs, prise. So left hand side becomes right hand side on the bottom. There we go. And it looks like I've pulled the pad off, but it's just the solder. Solder's still in the shape of that hat shape. So this is now standing up proud, this diode. Grasshopper, how's it going? This is a lovely board. It's had a hell of a time. It's got 7 chips replaced, or at least, well, it's got 7 chips socketed. I know the ULA is ordinarily socketed, but the CPU and the ROM is socketed. And we've had to do a repair with this patch here. But we're at the service stage now, which means everything's going to be fine. So I need to straighten the leg of this diode. That's nice and straight now. Okay, now we need a 22 microfarad capacitor. Oh, that's useful. I can... No, I'm going to use a fresh one, I think, because I want the leg length. Could have used the one I just removed. So here's our 22 microfarad capacitor. And we have to solder it between the anode of D15, which is the bit sticking in the air, and the original pad of D15, which is the positive side of the new capacitor. So first we have to clear this joint that we just pulled that leg out of. It's nice and easy, nice big joint. There we go, very nice. And we drop the positive side of this capacitor in there. And I bend it down like this. You'll see why in a minute. And solder it in place. Snip that off. So now we've got a diode sticking up in the air and a capacitor sticking up in the air, and I'm just going to bend the negative leg of the capacitor back and get it running parallel alongside the diode, which is sticking up. And I just want it to be closely alongside it, so I can connect them with solder without too much of a gap. Okay, that's not too bad. And they're definitely connected. There's a little bit of excess leg on the capacitor after the joint, so I'm going to get the good side cutters. And ping that off across the room, and I'll find that in my foot one day soon, I'm sure. Good. So now we need a new diode, I believe, is the next step. Add a new BA157 diode between ground and the D15 anode. Okay, so where are my diodes? This is the diode tub. And the BA157s, I think, are easy to identify because they're big and black. BA157. That's the one. And this guide has a really nice diagram to show how it should all line up. So this is D17, needs to go this way. And it's going in the right hand joint of C54, which is never populated. So we'll clear that. Right hand is left hand upside down. And that's ground. So that's going in there. Bending it towards our triple joint, which it will be. But first we'll just get it fixed in place here. There's a leg attached to the speaker. Magnet. Solder. Being ground, this needs a bit more heat to get going, and the diode leg is very fat. It's pretty good. Now we have to complete our triple joint here. I'm just going to bend this diode's leg so that it runs parallel thereabouts with our pre-existing floating joint. Lots of heat, because these legs are sinking heat away. Okay. Snip off the excess, and we can take a look. That's basically it. And that looks just like the diagram. Kind of. Good. So we keep going. We now have to do some replacements. So D12 needs to be replaced with a 2K2 resistor. So we find D12, which is here. And that's very small, and it's tucked in between these two. So let's get the good cutters out. See if I can cut it down there. Yeah. Did I get it? Got it. This diode's not so happy today. He's being ripped out, and he didn't do anything wrong. Bear with me. This isn't going to be a good angle. It's a lot easier for me to remove this in the vise. That's one, and that's the body out, and the leg. Drop it. Got it. And I'll just clear the joints. Tricky to clear this one because it's hidden. Did I get it? Yeah, I got it. And this one. Wicked. So D12 is out, and we're putting in a 2K2 resistor. Okay, who knows their resistor codes? Because I don't. But I do have a box full of resistors, and there's only a couple of values in here, so I'll just measure a couple till I find it. Well, it's meant to be 2K2, it's probably close enough. I think I accidentally got a bigger power rating resistor than I should have. But that's fine. Where's my jig? There's my jig. Very nice. Solder that in place. Snip the legs. Now, this is definitely not the time to be checking it works after replacing each component. That would be a really quick way to get magic smoke out. So we've done D12 for R79. Now we can do D16 for C79, a new capacitor. Unfortunately, D16, I can't see the silk screen for D16, but it does come with this handy little layout. And apparently it is the fourth one up from C46. So I'm going to believe that. Yeah, it says D16. That's good. I wonder if I can get this out without the vise. Yeah, I got the body out. The leg might be a bit more challenging. Got it. Let's clear the joints. Okay, D16 is out. And what am I putting in? A 1 microfarad cap. Is that a 1? Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is a bit of a funny one, this. So the 1 microfarad cap goes in. Negative on the left. But this is obviously not a footprint for a capacitor. So a bit of funniness with the leg bending. Negative on the left. And it kind of stands up a bit. It's not ideal, but I think it's a worthwhile mod to do. Good. Next, let's keep going. R54 for a Xenodiode. We can do that. Ah, R54. That's the one. Yeah, exactly. So this is a board which arrived broken. So after fixing it, I like to do a service, and that's a number of things, including new capacitors. And for these old boards, so this is an issue 3. The power circuit was never very good on these, and they tend to suffer from transistors going pop, or that capacitor going pop, which causes the voltages to go wrong. So what this mod does is it cheats a bit, because it uses components which aren't the right components for the silkscreen, like capacitors where diodes are marked and things, but ultimately it changes the issue 3 circuit to an issue 4 circuit. So the next issue of the board had a improved power circuit, which is more reliable. So you can upgrade this board to an issue 4 power circuit just by moving some parts around within this circuit. And it's a bit weird with like this triple joint and shuffling all the components around, but in the end you get a more reliable power circuit, which hopefully lasts longer. I'm looking now for my diode box, and we have to find a Xenodiode, and I've had trouble with these, whatever this batch is. I got one that was out of tolerance and the voltage wasn't right. No, that's not a Xenodiode. Hang on. Just a sec. Are these my Xenas? I think it says 1N5 on the Xenas. Yeah, I think so. Wait. Yeah, 1N5. That's a 5V1 Xenodiode. Oops, sorry, I hit the mic. So this Xenodiode's job is to regulate the -5 volt supply. I've bent the legs wrong. And I need it to be this way around. Xenodiode will act like a diode and only allow current in one direction unless it's over a certain threshold voltage, and these ones are set I think to 5.1 volts. So by putting it in backwards and putting a negative supply over it. As soon as that supply is too negative, it allows some current to conduct to ground and maintains it at 5.1 or minus 5.1, which is what the lower RAM chips need. I think that you might find the transistors warm up a bit in this. The hottest is the 7805 regulator is what gets hot, but that's by design. And it's designed to be used with a big heatsink. A lot of people use the switching ones now, such as the one on this, and they run cool. Keep the whole temperature of your whole machine down, which is probably good for the ULA, I guess. That's our regulating diode in. It's actually standing a bit too tall. Hang on. It's not flush to the board, but it looks good. I think it's fine. Wicked. Let's keep going. Now R55 has to come out for a 1N4148 general purpose diode. So we have to find R55. It's a one above C46. That's this green guy here. So let's snip that out. Seems to be doing alright without using the vise for these. It's a bit awkward, there's a bit of a knack to it. What am I doing? This one. That's the body out. And the leg. No, I thought I had it, I didn't. Still haven't got it. Come on now. Be nice to me. Got it. Alright. Let's clear it down. And what are we after? We're after a 1N4148 diode, which is the one I pulled out by accident a second ago. Means it's probably this one. No, that's not it. Glad I checked. This one? Yeah, it's written this way around. 4148. And which way around is this? Cathode on the left. Can do. Oh, looking good. We just got one more to do. And then we power it up and see if any smoke comes out. And now we have to remove our 60, which is apparently the third one. Oops, sorry, the third one up here, which would be this guy. I really hope that's the right one. I mean, these instructions are normally pretty good. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go for it. Ooh, favorite part of Retrofest? That's a good question. I'm just thinking around, walking around there now. I do like just getting chatting with people in some detail about what they've brought, whatever it is. What I'm guilty of at events like that is just doing a lap and glancing at everything and not really talking to anyone. But I stopped and got talking to the guy with the sharp machines and Tim with his Sinclair stuff, and Mr. Video Beast. Forgot his name. And getting into some detail about that, but I guess, yeah, that's R60. The story I'm telling everyone is when I was chatting to Mike Daly about the things I brought, not realizing who he was, and then seeing him signing things later. I would quite like that, and it was really nice when the Retro Collective crowd turned up, and they were all specifically interested, Neil and Holly and everyone, in my mini map. Because those are you recognize those people, and they've got they're well established, sort of thing, and minor celebrities in the scene. So really nice to get some interest from the people who I sort of watched before I got into this whole scene. I did promise to make it down to their, not cave anymore, is it? To the museum workshop, whatever it is they've got, the barn. It's just a long way to go for me. It'd be about 4 hours. Okay, my strategy here is not working very well for me. Can't get this guy out. I thought I had it then. I'm gonna have to get the vice out here. Let me have one more go. I got it. I've seen the talks on the channel. Yeah, that's super duper. And I was impressed with the arcade unit they built up recently. Really knowledgeable crowd. I had a repair in once. It was really behaving strange, the board, and they'd given up on it and sent it to me. And there was a microscopic crack in one of these traces, or a cut, and it was because they had it in alligator clips while they were working on it. Even though the alligator clips had rubber around them, it still made a cut. Oh, a sale! What are they selling? What am I in the market for here? 220. 220 ohm resistor is what we need. Now, I've got a feeling I might have got the wrong power rating again for this one. Let's have a look. What's this one? No, that's 2.2k. It's these smaller resistors, I think, that I bought for this purpose. Okay, yeah. I'm sure they'll do very well. No, that's 270. Might be this tiny one. I think it's 1/4 of a watt. No, that's 2.2k. Oh god. Have I not got any 220? 22k. This one? No, that's 2.2k. I really hope I've got a 220 ohm resistor in here. There's one. Derek knows his codes. This is it. Red, red, brown with a gold. Go on then. Here's a second test. Extra credit. What does the gold tolerance mean? %. Yeah. I don't even need Google with you lot here. I should really know these things. Yeah, that looks a bit silly with the big resistor, but it's gonna work. Red, red, brown. Yeah. Exactly. I'm not gonna sing it. Let's go. Last one then. Who could complain about having a higher power rated resistor in the power circuit? Still one. And there we have it. We have a new power circuit. I'm going to need my meter for this because we're going to check the voltages, but I'm just going to tidy a little. And I'm going to start with current limiting power supply, obviously. Okay. It looks about right to me. Should we check the voltages? Try not to leave it plugged in for too long until I check these. Mine is 4.8, that's intolerance. 11.93, and that means we do have 5. That's good. Hi Peter, how are you? Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining on Twitch. Nice to see the numbers on Twitch going. Maybe you can test my Twitch alerts for me and hit follow. Should we look at what the video's doing? Make sure that's fine. Yeah, we got a picture. Very good. Thank you. Good. So what's next? I wanted to tidy up this disaster. And maybe these ones too. Because they're ugly. I think I'm gonna have to do this in the Vice again, I'm afraid. So maybe I'll just switch to the wide angle while I do that. Shield your eyes. Get the Vice. And I think to make life easy, I'm just going to cut the existing link in half. Just make a mental note of which one I have to relink. Okay, it's the middle one. You just might remind me if I forget, it's the middle one. And now I can pull these out. It's one out. Two. Three. And 4. Red, red, black, gold, 2200. Lovely. Hey, Axel Nightshade, thank you. Thanks for following, thanks for testing the alerts. Good to know they're still connected. I don't really know how all this stuff works. My phone just buzzed. Is that just a Twitch follow? Do I get an email? Axel Nightshade is following you on Twitch. Amazing. Thanks so much. Right. Clear this joint. And so I'll use one of the discarded, maybe I'll use the discarded diode legs if I can find one, because they're thicker, aren't they? Maybe it's not going to be so easy to find one. Yeah, they're not really showing up. I'll just use this. I've got a feeling that my jig doesn't go narrow enough, does it? Oh, just. Maybe I can just... Oh, that's not very square, is it? That's crap. I need to push down in the middle while I... Yeah, that's better. I'm hoping this goes beautifully in. What is that? Is that a solder blob? God, it's a bit of leg. Hang on, sorry. The leg must have sheared off. Right. That'll be good enough, won't it? These links, because they sold it with different types of RAM chips that required different timing signals, the boards were configurable in the factory. They made the appropriate links. Okay, that's much better. But I want to sort these ones out now as well. Here. And again, there were two different types of ROM chip you could use. I think NEC or Hitachi. So N and H. And that's pretty ugly, so let's redo that. Where's my vice? And I'm gonna snip them in half again to make life easy. Huh, I'm cutting through pure solder there. I think someone's cut this and then just twizzled them round and resoldered them together. So 4 of these to remove now. I've got it. That's 1. That one's fallen in half. 2. 3, dropped it. 4. Ah, that is a neat mod though. If you, but I think it's described on Spectrum for Everyone. It is a neat mod when you do it, following their instructions. I don't know why it wouldn't have worked though. Let's clear these joints. I think these links are going to the chip select pins on the ROM because of the, again, the different specifications of the two different chips they were built with. All right, give me a nice straight leg. That one looks all right. Yeah, probably the smallest bit of the jig. Should be neat. Getting the hole in. Yes. Okay, one down. There's another leg. in. I lost my solder then. There it is. Looks pretty good to me. Nice. So where are we now? Should we test it? Probably a good idea. Yep, I think that has the retro tink gone funny again with the input. Looks black and white to me. Oh no, no, that's just a good picture. Sorry, bag of spanners. Which test game? I don't know. You tell me. What should we do? To be honest, we can test the board. What is that clicking sound? It's just the tink, I think. We've got a problem with this membrane. It's got an old membrane. I want a new one in. So we've got some brass tabs to battle with. What I don't have handy is my needle nose pliers. I don't know what I've done with them, but side cutters work for this job. Thank God it's got brass tabs and it's not glued down. Wish I had my pliers. Try these ones. That's one out. Two out. This one's being a bit more stubborn. If anything's going to make you impatient and regret it, it's ZX Spectrum keyboard faceplates. 3 out. Got it. It's a bit mucky. And there's our membrane. Does anybody want a drinks coaster? Give me 1 minute, I'm going to run this under the tap. Okay, bit of an improvement. The bent, yeah, Axel, the bent metal covers. It's the glued-on ones. These brass tabs are a godsend. You know, that's come off fine, but the glued-on base plates, the earlier ones, are a nightmare. I'm hoping I'm going to find a replacement membrane now. What have I done with them? It's very possible I've used them all. I've got 48k plus membranes, that's not much use. Alright, this one might have to wait. Yeah, they're really good them, aren't they? The DK-Tronics ones. Alright, well, I need to order some membranes, obviously. So for now... let's just run some tests. Possible that this one works still. Although, no, it's gefixt entirely. Never mind. Doesn't mean we can't test it though. I wouldn't mind a bash at Attic Attack, since that's the game of the moment. Let's get a controller. Maybe I'll try with this one. I haven't used this one for a while. I'm going to need a donor keyboard from somewhere. This one might work. Those DK-Tronics are good things to go for on eBay because people don't know what they have. They sell them as, you know, retro keyboard. And actually what's inside, I think only people who sort of knew what they were doing will put using those keyboards. So you might find, you know, mods or even a rare issue. Okay. So I feel happy I can power this without the current limit on. I'll just get my normal supply. Oh. That's interesting. Oh wait. I haven't plugged in the video. composite cable. There we go. Ooh, that was a bit colourful, wasn't it? Manic Miner gonna work? Yeah. Don't think you can hear that. But the music's working. So that's good. Yeah. Oh, let's start with Manic Miner, shall we? Bear with me, I'm fiddling with my settings. There, that's what I wanted. Didn't change anything for you, but I can see the whole screen now. On my monitor screen here. How do you feel about the music of Manic Miner? I have mixed feelings. How's the picture? The picture seems a little bit dull, maybe. But you know, it's not catastrophic. There's a bit of dot crawl. Hey, at least it's working. I think like everyone, I'm alright with the first few levels. Swinders, how are you? That's a pro setup. DK-Tronics with an interface. Yeah, I don't think this picture's too bad. You should see the HD mods. Those create some good images. There's this little FPGA board which produces produces component video, but it is absolutely crisp. What do you think, Manic Miner for Eurovision? Since we're going down the retro creator route for Eurovision, apparently, we could ask Sam to do it. Oh, Sam had his go. I got to meet Look Mum No Computer. Oh, it's gone off. Oh, hang on. At Retrofest, actually, coincidentally, last year. Which was nice. He's a bit of a hero of mine. I'm thinking I'm going to sell this machine. Let me just fix my camera. The battery's died. Because this is a charity donation machine, so I'll sell it for charity. And I'm thinking of selling it with an interface one and a micro drive, because the charity box had lots of interfaces and micro drives in as well, and I've already refurbished and tested them. Well, I've tested them. I still need to do a bit more with the micro drives. Yeah, he was on the... Exactly, he was there on the Sunday. He was meant to be exhibiting the whole time. He had the table next to me. But unfortunately, he had trouble with his car. I guess he's used to that. So he didn't make it, but he did come on the Sunday as a guest. He didn't bring anything to show. And he was very polite, and he talked to everyone who wanted to talk to him, and you know, asked questions about what you were showing. And yeah, it's good. But he's not. He told me he's not really into the games. He likes the hardware and the music and the synthesizers, obviously. But the games, that really is his area. Whoa. Oh, there's a lot of dot crawl on this screen. Wow. My eyes. Yeah, I would like to visit the museum as well. Definitely. But that, now you're talking Ooh, that was close. A lot of hours to get there. I mean, probably like 6 or 7 for me. I think I remember the trick for this. Yeah. Oh god, the dot crawl is terrible on this screen. I wonder if that's just because of my power supply or something. Oh, balls it up. Really bad dot crawl. There could also be, I mean, I don't know if the RetroTink is helping or hindering things here. Thing is, as far as I remember, there's no way to adjust for the dot crawl on issue 3s. You know, there's no trimmer capacitors. Maybe that's where... Oh, bollocks. Oh, he's going to start falling, isn't he? As soon as I pick that up. Maybe that's where I should get an S-Video mod fitted or something. That'll fix the dot crawl. Oh, bollocks. I can't drop down there. That's okay. I definitely don't remember this well as I should. Ah! God. No, I'll die if I drop there, won't I? No, it's not RF, it's composite. Oof, God. Well, I made it to Pac-Man land, so that's not bad. Okay, now it's getting really tricky. These levels have a knack. I wonder if the ULA could be causing the dot crawl, or contributing to it, because it is a 6 ULA, which is the one you don't want, really, isn't it? Whoops. Well, I'm happy it works. I wonder, out of curiosity, if I swap the ULA, will things miraculously get much better? Let's just borrow this guy for a minute out of there. I think I've got some Nebula. Is that an option on RetroTink, comb filter? Oh, a setting I can get to. Where's my scalpel gone? Okay, this is a package that I haven't opened yet. I've never tried one of these Nebula ULAs before. So this will be interesting. It's a bit of a beast, a bit of a big thing. Unfortunately, I don't have a VLA 82 handy. I do have this, which is another FPGA solution. Okay, I wonder. Yeah, this is a new one on me. I did want it because I talk about ULAs a lot, and if I ever need to do comparisons. No image? No image. Interesting. It's in the socket. Guess I could push it harder. It's not very happily in the socket, I must say. Oof, stop that. I think maybe it's just not agreeing with this socket. It wants me to fit the provided socket. Yeah, that seems insanely snug. Give it one more try. Ah. Okay. Oh no, it's still dot crawling. I can see it. Could be the LM chip. Huh. Throw some capacitance in the mix with my finger, I can affect it. That seems to speed it up. Different power supply probably won't make too much difference. Yeah, it's still going. I think that's just something you have to live with, isn't it? It'll probably change as things heat up and cool down and age. Be careful here because there are components on the underside of this. It is pretty snug. There we go, he's out. Let's get that back in his bag. Alright, put the original one back in. Another thing we could do on this service would be to remove this socket and solder this directly to the board so we can put a heatsink on, but I don't think I'm going to do that this time because this is a 6 ULA. In all likelihood it's going to die anyway at some point, so let's just leave it in the socket. And I think that's done. apart from the membrane. We'll deal with that another time. So that needs keyboard membrane, and it needs some screws and some feet. I think I've got some of them. Does have a crystal. I think it's this 4.43618. And why don't we put the scope on it? It's a good point. That'd be interesting. Open this for a ground. It'll be interesting to see how close it is to 4. What does it say? 4.433618. These fancy scopes take a while to get going. Okay. Guess I can just go to the leg of the crystal. And that looks a bit nicer. So if I go to measure, I'm still learning how to use this, but I think I can do measure. And no, isn't? I don't think it's measure. I think it's where is it? Feel free to shout. Is it measure? Horizontal frequency. Okay, it seems to be all over the show, but is that because of my trigger? Okay, how am I using this wrong? Maybe I need to be on that one? No, that's no better. .4, that's around about. Should be 4.433. I mean, it's sort of moving around that. I thought if you gave it more, it would be better at measuring. Or smoothing it out. 4.4303 it's landing on. .4303. It seems pretty close. I don't know how sensitive it is. I don't know if I've got any spares. That might be interesting to do. I think it looks good to me. I don't know if I've got spare crystals. Crystals is something I didn't account for when I was coming up with my draws here. That's 16 meg. That's for Arduino. So I just sort of chuck them in random draws. Hello, how's it going? It's Mr. ZX Renew. Go buy Spectrum stuff from him. This Specky's got a bit of dot crawl and it's an issue 3, so there are no trimmer caps, but I think you're stuck with it. That's warm. I think you're just stuck with it, aren't you? Yeah, it's varying, isn't it? It's always going to vary as things warm up and cool down and all that stuff. .303 instead of 4.433. 4.434. Doesn't seem catastrophically bad. I'd be interested to swap the crystal and see what happens, but I don't think I've got any. Oh, it could be in the drawer that says pots and crystals, I guess. 14 megs? No. No, I don't have any. The decoupling cap over the lower RAM? You mean the jail bar ones? C1 through 8? Down here? Yeah, that's jail bars. Yeah. I'm sure there are things you can do to help, but it's always going to drift. I think I'll just... This'll do. It's working now, we've fixed it up. There was one more thing I've just remembered I wanted to do, though. Because we did this patch cable down here. This patch wire. I thought I could have a go practicing with the UV resin, which I've not used before. I want to get into the habit of using it. So... can everyone shield your eyes? I'll put you on the scope. I'm going to change the lens again. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting into this UV resin stuff because keep seeing it on mobile phone repair clips. Is that what it is? I've got some here. UV curable solder mast instead of mask. And it says CPU on it, so you know it's good. I think what I'm lacking is a plunger that fits well into there. But I thought maybe I could go down the cocktail stick route and just put a few blobs along the way just to hold it in place as a first try with this stuff. So let me get a cocktail stick. Oh god. I don't think I'm getting enough out of that, to be honest. So let's get the plunger. Yeah, that's not a good fit, but whatever. Now I need a nozzle. There's a thin nozzle. Don't want to cover the whole thing, but just a few blobs to hold it in place. Where's my cloth gone? Yeah, the trouble with not having a plunger that fits is I don't know how to get the end off this without getting it everywhere now. Oh, it's not going too bad. Okay, back in the drawer. And where's my special light gone? This out. So I think I can just stand that on there. Does anyone know about this stuff? How long does it take? I'm gonna Google it. Let's have a look. How long does UV resin take to cure? 1 to 3 minutes. Okay. We can wait 1 to 3 minutes, that's fine. Is anyone counting? Three to 6 seconds, really? Ah, I could do. She might be watching. Oh, it's quite hard. Alright, let me put a bit over on this bit as well then. It's quite an intense light, this. It warms my hand up. I think I'm a bit worried about it, like it might get a sunburn. $10, okay. Yeah, it feels like being in direct sun. It's weird. I don't know what wattage this light is. I can't remember where I bought it from either. Hang on, was it Amazon? Specky's gonna have a tan, yeah. We'll have to play Treasure Island Dizzy. UV curing lamp. Mixed reviews. I think it's 4 watts. I think it's 4 watts, yeah. And you can sort your nail polish out as well, Peter. Let's have a look. I'm getting curious about this. Oh god, this desk gets such a mess when I do these things. Just raise you up. Okay, it's not the prettiest thing, but I'm just experimenting. Okay, that's good. That's not stuck. That's not stuck. That one's okay. Maybe it just doesn't have that much strength. Oh, do you know what? That's just not cured, has it? It's still wet. That's still wet. I'm not sure about that. I'll blob a bit more on that one that I broke. Don't know where the nozzle's gone now. There it is. Nope, that nozzle's blocked whatever it is. I don't know what was in that. I've got a fresh nozzle here, this will do. One to 5 minutes, okay. Let's leave that to go then. And I will be right back. Alright, how are we doing? I hope it doesn't start smoking too. Maybe I should have done a prediction. Because I'm still learning about how to do Twitch stuff. Let's do a Twitch thing. I'm learning how to do this. I'm going to start a prediction. Will it cure correctly? Yes. No, it will be crap. Charles! I don't know if Charles is here, but thanks for subscribing. Okay, here we go. I'm going to do a prediction. And you're going to have 2 minutes. This is for people in Twitch, all 3 of you. And there's a channel point system, isn't there, in Twitch? Let's see. By the way, Twitch has custom happy little diodes emojis, so you guys on YouTube are missing out. Look at this. Fantastic. So the prediction's running now. Hot cows. Ah, lovely. Ah, welcome in. Is this literally paint drying? Are we just waiting for paint to dry? I think we are. That should be a category on Twitch, do you think? Can I predict? Ah. I can't predict on my own channel. I think that's fair enough, because it is technically gambling. 20 electrons betted on yes. I'm going to check it after this minute, after this prediction's finished. Magic. I just got a new toy. This is something I've been given for free if I review it. Remember the thermal camera? This is the new version. This is it's like the thermal camera that we have been using, only it has a focus ring, and they're selling it, they're marketing it as specific for PCB repair. So it reckons you can see a 0.25mm resistor getting hot, you know, and pick it out. I'm quite excited to play with this. It's going to be quite nice. Okay. Our prediction is over. And let's go see. I think there's somewhere in the region of 250 quid. Something like that. This light's warm. Okay, I guess I shouldn't batter this. If I pull hard, it will obviously break. But yeah, that's gonna hold it roughly in place, isn't it? If I start really pulling on that, I guess it'll come off, but that's good. That means the prediction results are in. This is ridiculous. I don't know if anyone even did it. Choose outcome. Yes. Prediction result is yes. Wow. Lovely. I think that means you get your 20 electrons back. I guess this means I'm selling the version 2 that I had sent as well. YouTube are missing out. I don't know if Twitch is like patenting all of these devices it's come up with or something, but yeah, YouTube was, let's face it, late to the party with the live streaming. Alright, good. So that's nice, that's lovely. Good job. Let's put this back on there. And we have a serviced machine ready to go, apart from the keyboard membrane. So I'll order some keyboard membranes and get this thing listed, probably with an interface 1 and a micro drive with it, and sold with no guarantees that the micro drive will work after shipping. Sound. Okay, I'm going to put this back in its case. Lovely. Pop that on there. Oof, dear. Has that been painted? The Sinclair logo, has it been painted? I think it has. Okay, well, this machine comes with free character. Okay, do you mean... I guess you're referring to the composite mod. That's what we've got here, so... You can see that this resistor has been disconnected. That takes this whole modulator board out of the equation. I think this is the power for it, which has been desoldered from here. And then you go directly in here on the input, so you bypass the whole modulator box. But it's a good idea to put a capacitor in the way. Don't know why. I guess it takes off some AC. DC? Hang on, what do capacitors do? DC takes off any sort of DC offset, I guess. Yeah, that's right. So this has a composite mod already done. But there's other mods. The S-Video mod is good. Got one here somewhere. Here's one I made earlier. So this you remove the whole modulator case, and what this does is it separates the luma and chroma, which are both normally modulated into one single signal for composite video, splits them out, and that completely eliminates the dot crawl that we were seeing. I think ZX Renew might have something to say about that. They are good keyboard membranes. I believe this is one. I did have one that was a manufacturing defect, and these traces were all over by one, but quickly resolved with a replacement sent. Quite an interesting find as well. It took some figuring out, because I was pressing certain keys and other keys were being pressed. I think you'd probably end up paying £5 or £10 for this on eBay. The only problem with this mod, if you can call it a problem, is the connector is less common. So if you can find a TV these days with an S-Video input, then let me know. Otherwise you need a S-Video to HDMI converter. Can have a look. Shall we have a look? I'm going to use the scope again, because this is interesting, and I've done videos about this. Where did my Dandanator go? There it is. So let's power this up. So we're on the Dandanator screen right now. And let's have a look at the composite signal, if I can find a good trace of it. Try and auto fit it. Hoping this trigger would tidy this up a bit. Kinda looks alright. Good. So yeah, this is a composite signal. And do I configure a cursor? cursor. Good. Yeah. So I think this is the... It goes down to this level. And there's an interesting little glitch here where it spikes there, which is down to how the ULA has been put together for counting the pixel lines. This area, oops, is either called the front porch or the back porch. I think it's the front porch. Sets the black level. But you get this color burst here. So at the start of each scan line. So this, you get this drop down here before at the start of each scan line, or during the horizontal blanking, sorry. And then the next thing you see is a color burst signal. And this is telling the TV, or in this case the RetroTink, what the carrier frequency is for the color information. So this is just like a just a sine wave, and it says, hey, look, this is the frequency to look for deviations from for the color information. And moving along, we start to get pixel information. These voltages are wrong. Oh, it's set my probe to 1 again. How do I save this? It should be on 10. Let me take a new trace. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. So you have the color burst signal there, and then what you're getting here is pixels. So where the magnitude of it goes high. I want these cursors to default to tracking as well. Cursor setting, track X, surely. Whatever. You get these. This is a pixel data, so high means, you know, bright pixel, low is dark. And the frequency of this here, and I don't know if this is just a limitation of my scope. Let's see why it would be. But the frequency of this oscillation is carrying the color information of that pixel. I wonder if I can zoom in a bit. And I need to capture a scan line with pixel information. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, pixel on, off, on, off, on. And the frequency of this. The TV detects phase changes in this frequency and compares it to the carrier signal, which we saw earlier. And if it's changed, it knows it's red or, you know, green or whatever. And it's all in Y UV color difference space. If I can zoom out a bit, take another capture. This looks a bit nicer, doesn't it? Let me zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Okay. Yeah, so basically, new scan line, color burst signal, pixels on, off, on, off, on, off, and the frequency there, while it's high, or the phase shift of the frequency gives the color. And here's an interesting thing, and I only know this because I did a whole video on this screen, but you see this section. Stupid cursor, go away. In this section from here to here, there is 4 bands of color with no black in between, right? So if you think this is black, this is bright black, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 colors in bands. Can you see which scan line on the screen that is? Fortunately, I can't point. But you see the Spectrum color logo, the bands red, yellow, green, blue. That is that part of that scan line, those pixels in that row of pixels. So red, yellow, green and blue, and then it's black for the rest of the scan line. So what you've got before it is black, and then a short bit of bright, and then black, and then a longer bit of bright, and then black, and then a short bit of bright. So I reckon you're probably somewhere at the bottom of the R, this scan line. So it says Dandonator, you've got the R there. That's the R is this one, and then the black, and then the four bands. Going back, you've got a bit of black, and then the O going along. And this frequency here probably corresponds to yellow somehow. And then it's black again, and then you've got the bottom of the T, and then you've got a bigger bit of black, and then the A, and then I'm starting to get a little bit lost. Yeah, it's kind of nice that you can see it all happening on there. Huh. I would have liked to be able to capture this, you know, with a bit more resolution than that. Don't know if I zoom all the way in and try again. So what have we got here? This is the color burst. So there's our carrier frequency, which should be 4.43. Yeah, there it is. You see we were measuring that clock earlier, 4.4303. That's PAL. And then we lost it and we ran out of memory. Okay, what's this? Oh, this is those four bands again. So what we can't see with our eyes is the phase shift of that color carrier oscillator. But yeah, those are our four bands again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it goes off and it would start a new scan line after that. Yeah, those four bands keep coming up, so this scan line must be one where with underneath Andonator, but if we go back far enough we get D. Yeah, there's D, the two bits of the D. We must be somewhere in the middle of the D, where we're seeing the left and right hand kind of pillar column of that D, and then going back you would get the color burst and then the front porch and back porch area. So what's my point? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So if I'm going to move over to the S video board now. See how far we can get with this. I'm going to throw the Dandonator on it. So the Dandonator is in. Oh bollocks, this is a USB PD. Wait, I can do that. I have a USB PD power supply. Boss. Alright. Don't have an video cable to hand. What have I done with that? I know I've got one in here somewhere. Here it is. And the RetroTink will accept this, which is great news. Right, it's in. Oh, that doesn't look good, does it? That must be something with the RetroTink settings. Oh, is it S-Video green blue? No. Oh dear, what's happening there? Why is my RetroTink struggling so much with that? Oh, I don't want to get into this, but I guess I don't need to fix that for now, because we're interested in the scope. Okay, we're gonna need 2 probes. So here's the other probe. I can turn on channel 2, set it to 10x again. And these will need a ground for a start. I think I know where I can get ground. And then I need to tap into the signals we're interested in. Whoops. I shorted something. Okay, so I think blue is on chroma. And I'm just going to hold this on... No, blue is on Luma, and I'm going to hold yellow on Luma. Yellow on Chroma. Maybe we can auto set these. Zoom out a bit. Yeah, that should be pretty good. So S-Video, as I mentioned, it splits the color data from the pixel data, so same as before. We've got the back porch, front porch area going over here, but there's no color burst now on the blue signal, which is what we would have seen on the composite. It all happens on the yellow signal. And zoom in a bit more. There's the color burst happening on chroma, and as we come over we see the pixel data coming, and the blue signal being luma is just the brightness, and the color information is in the yellow signal. And they now don't need to be coded on top of each other on the same signal. And I think I got the bands here. Yeah, these are the color bands again. So you got the different brightnesses on the blue, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then yeah, this chroma signal is modulated in the right way, the TV to interpret the color, which is kind of nice. Oops. And I'd like to take another capture with it on zoomed really far in. Yeah, there's our 4 color bands. Looks quite nice. I don't know how much this scope is struggling. I don't think it should be. It's 250 megahertz, so it shouldn't be struggling. Should be able to zoom all the way in, so there must be lots of sample points in there. It's pretty good. Yeah, so with having less information encoded into the signal, you're less open for problems and interference, and one of those effects is the dot crawl. So you should find there should be 0 dot crawl on there. I'm a little bit miffed that the colours don't look right. I don't know where to go in here. I know this produces a good picture. I've seen it on other TVs. Sorry if that's making loud noises. I've turned off the post-processing, that's improved it a bit, but the colours are definitely wrong. Okay, I've got some learning to do there. Let's have a look at how good this picture is if I just boot again. Heatsink's warm. Oh, this is an issue 2 board, by the way. Normally with issue 2 boards you have to tune the picture, but it's got a mod in which stops you having to tune the picture. Ha! The RetroTink is really struggling. I don't know why. But hey, no dot crawl at least. I'd really like to know what's happening there with the RetroTink. But all I can choose in here is input S-video. Output resolution, it won't be anything to do with that. There's nothing to do with scaling. Sampling, I don't think so. No. No. Not post-processing. Whoa. Didn't want to do that. Video ADC? Oh, I don't know any of this means. I need to read the manual. It's really... Oof, God. That's interesting. Okay. Might be just a limitation of the Tink, which would be disappointing because they're very expensive. Yeah, maybe Matt Smith would have. We've got new colours. Anyway. I was saying... There's a new mod in here that me and Peter have come up with. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I enjoy probing around. Normally you have these 2 adjustable pots on this issue 2 to adjust the colour differences. What does it exactly adjust? I can't quite remember. I think it adjusts voltage biases on the 2 colour different signals, but with this little mod board you bring the video circuit up to an issue, a later issue video circuit which self-levels, so you remove the need for that. If you combine that with the S-video board you get a pretty good picture. Just curious, I wonder if it was just because I had the probes on causing interference. No, that's the same. Never mind. Ah. Anyway, that's enough of that. It's time for me to pack up because it's tea time soon. So, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the new subscribers on YouTube. And especially thanks for watching on Twitch, because I'm trying to grow the Twitch channel a little bit. I know this is predominantly a sort of long form video YouTube channel, but it's nice to do other stuff. Steve, I'm just leaving. Dude, I'll catch you next time. Although next week I'm in Germany. We're going away for a little weekend break after I'm going over there for work, and I'm going to stay on and we're going to go to the mountains for a bit. So I won't be streaming next week, but once I'm back I'm going to be working on a video. I need to fix the toast rack, which I showed you a little bit of, which is taking all those new rivets. So that will be nice. Keep an eye out for that one. And that's it really. I've got nothing else to say. Enjoy the rest of your evening, enjoy your weekend. And yeah, drop by the channel, leave me some likes and subscribes, please. Help me grow it. And enjoy the rest of your night. Cheers, guys. Let's do a Twitch raid, shall we? I don't often get to do raids on Twitch. I don't know who to raid, though. There's not really many people doing retro, I guess, on Twitch. But if you raid a channel which is also doing retro, it might help you, I guess. I guess that's the whole point. Someone's playing... Who's playing good stuff? Super Mario Crossover. Let's go with that guy. We like Super Mario. Thanks everyone. Let's go, let's raid.